Gamer, the most early late there is. The best kind of late, some might say. I really need to put some stuff on my walls, don't I? I put some stuff on my desk too. There we go. Oh yeah. Whoops, forgot to set this up first. Give me a moment. You got ads coming in anyway, this can wait. There it is. All right. How we doing? Let me turn that down so I don't have an echo. Let's see. That's the button to click. We need to become amazing at impossible, which is impossible game door. That's the only way we keep this alive, is by getting good at impossible game door. I usually guess stuff like this on the second go. Age of Empires 2 is normally my go-to. No, damn it. It is isometric, single-player, multiplayer, before 99, not Warfare, RTS, or strategy. Damn. One off. Grand Theft Auto 1, not Grand Theft Auto 2. How foolish of me. How foolish. Had something pretty funny happen earlier today. Which reminds me I need to continue my payment for the localization stuff. A single player, could be horror, not third person. Resident Evil The Village. Oh, sorry, Biohazard. Damn it. Of course, because it's after 2017. Damn it. Red 2012. Horror, single player, not shooter or puzzle. A horror game that's not a shooter or a puzzle. It's not first person virtual reality or third person. It's not it's not Diablo because that's multiplayer. Side view horror? Okay, so it is isometric. An isometric horror that's single player. Or is it a fantasy survival? Let's just confirm that it is, in fact, isometric. Alright, cool. And it is fantasy. Could be RPG, could be indie. Into the Gungeons. Like, third. No, no, not Into the Gungeon. Darkest Dungeon is like third person, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, 2018 isometric single player. Fantasy, maybe horror, maybe survival. Single player, so it's not Among Us. Not Celeste, because that's side view. What isometric? What isometric? It's not like an Alien Isolation, is it? No. I forget what the top-down Alien one was, but it's not that. XCOM? Skate, welcome in. Sci-fi. I have no idea. What up, Pewter Man? What song is this? Up in the top left. Princess is in Another Castle by Stream Tunes. No one claimed first, so I might as well. Gamer is waiting. Gamer is waiting to redeem. So, yeah. I don't know what this is. What is it? Fear and Hunger. Alright, single player isometric 2018. Horror. Now we know. Now we know. Interesting thing happened earlier today. I tried to pay translation services, which are in another country. And because they're in another country, I can't just do a normal bank transfer from Australia. So I've got to go through a service like Wise. So I did the transfer, and it got declined. They're like, it's been blocked by your bank's security and fraud protection. Give them a call to get this result. So I called them. And they gave me their spiel. Yeah, we've done this because there's pressure on banks to do more to protect customers and stuff, and just want to make sure, there's no one there coaching you, telling you what to say and stuff like that. Went through all that with them. And at the end, they were like, they were apologizing, or saying like, sorry for the inconvenience stuff. And I was like, Why are you apologizing? You're doing your job. You're making sure people aren't getting screwed over or scammed. And then they said, thanks for being so nice. Like, a lot of people that we speak to is really angry at us for doing this. And that made me a bit sad. I was like, these people are stopping people from having all of their money stolen. And they've just got douchebags and assholes screaming at them. Even though those same people would be the same ones screaming at them if they didn't prevent that from happening. A lot of people in this world suck. Oh. People need to be nicer. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Alright, so what are we doing tonight? We need to fix up our NPCs because they're slacking. They don't come back into work after you've hired them. I don't know what that's about. Am I? I'm good. I'm much better than I was this morning. I'm not tired, and Godot isn't crashing yet. So, I can tell you right now, if Godot starts crashing like it was this morning, I'm probably just going to play a game. I just don't want to deal with it. But we'll see. We'll see. You know what I haven't had translated? I have not had localizations done. It's a little bit... Whoops. Oh well. Yeah, where are we spawning? So NPCs, for some reason, aren't respawning when we load up a game. I think it's happening because of this. We connect here inside load shop. But load shop stop saying his game started. Start load. That's for save game. Start loading. Gets kicked off. Wonder if that's what the issue is. Let's see. What up, Stefan? How you doing? Let's see if our trusty employee, Bob Lee, is actually trusty. No. Doesn't look like it. No Bob Lee. Ooh, actually, are you Bob Lee? No, you're not. You're some random guy. Psh. Psh. Okay. Bob Lee, still not spawning. Alright. That's... Where do we emit? Oh, I see what's happening. Why is continued there? Oh, hang on. Yeah. It's for the outer. What up, Azrin? How you doing? We want to take this. If loading game, employee name in game state shop settings, employees, we want to do employee data. I'm going to take those three. Curious, oi oi, how are we? We want to do that. That's what will do it. Crunching the numbers. Success. Back to it then. Spent way too long game deving today. Why would you do that? Huh. What happened there? Working on racing AI, CPU races, nice. Working from home, so started early. Background noise for the past hour was season 1 compilation of Chit Show. The Chit Show is so great. Chit is the best. Yeah. Amount of celebrity appearances is funny. I'm surprised how many celebrity appearances they got in that. Like, honestly. So let's see. So Jay Renshaw. Like the fact they got Bob Odenkirk, for Christ's sake, and Will Forte. And Lil Jon. I forgot about Lil Jon. Curb Your Enthusiasm. Okay. Dead to Me. Mad Men. Okay, so the people in it have done a fair bit. Like... Dan Bob from Better Call Saul is the company founder. Yeah, they've done pretty well. They have done pretty well. I want to see what happens. I want to see if it actually hits. Jesus Christ. Okay. Load complete for Bob Lee. UI loading. employees does not have the data. But we're looping over. This is weird. G'day, Orchrus. How you doing? You decided to fix the bug Mr. Du Bois encountered. I mean, it's one of the bugs we're looking at today. I think there's also what else was there? Something else. Let's see what we got. Yeah, for some reason customers stopped coming in and Du Bois couldn't trigger end of day. Horrid Bobbles in the last day. I played one able to be burned. But the first I could collect. That's weird. No cursor on card reader machine. That's important. That's going to be to do with our rework of the mouse input stuff, which honestly, this is the last time I'm reworking the mouse input because I'm sick of changing things because someone's like, "Oh, I don't like how it functions this way." Primarily because everyone, like, I'm starting to get conflicting reports. So I changed it the first time because I had some feedback, the first feedback for it. And I was like, yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. I can change that. And now I'm getting conflicting feedback. And it's like, well, I'm just going to leave it as it is because one of yous aren't going to like it, and I don't care which. Can't make everyone happy. What I don't understand though is this is constantly looping. Constantly printing out the same thing. So it has Bobbly, and that's it. So this loads Bobbly. This is emitting the same thing, isn't it? Nope. Ah, I see what's happening. Yep. Yep. I wonder if I do need to duplicate the array. Yeah, it is still doing that. So you got to do a let's do game state, shop settings, hires. And with that, because I don't want to duplicate the array in case that duplicates the... No, it shouldn't duplicate the dictionary, the data in the dictionaries. Because it's not a deep duplicate. Cool. So Bob Lee gets hired. There he is. That there is Bob Lee. Employer man. Oh, actually, you're the hired one. You're the hired one. Cool. Well, at least I can... Cool. Fixed. Problem solved. Let's see. He was paying total amount when he had to use the calculator. When he had to use the calculator. What calculator? Might have posted a few things since didn't see the sort changed. I've played Worm online. I can deal with any control screen. He's gonna steal my money. Not yet. Maybe I'll implement untrustworthy employees. If you don't pay them for 7 days, then they start taking money out of the till. That's actually a good idea. Don't tempt me, Azarin. um... Not doing that. Not doing that. Maybe they steal stock. I'm already going to have customers that steal stock. So then you have to type numbers in. That's an FPOS machine. Have you never seen an FPOS machine? But I get what you mean. I get what you mean. Like this here. Let's see what that looks like. You forgot what an FPOS machine was called, so instead of calling it a card reader or something like that, you called it a calculator. Someone pay by card, come on. Finally. Okay, so it's not rotated, it's not high enough. So what was the complaint? Also, he was paying total amount when he had to hold the calculator. Yeah, so he was inputting the total amount. That makes sense because there's no change for. Like, you had to make POS software in your game. You could just sell that. I could move this to the side. And then put it at like negative 20 degrees. Only seeing your head and hands reminds me of Bongo Bongo from Ocarina of Time. That's a new one. That is a new one, Pewter Man. I don't think I've ever gotten that before. I've gotten a lot of like Power Ranger references and stuff. What up, boy? You had to make POS software in game. No, not doing that. Not doing that. I don't know why I even reread that. So we've got that done. Got that done. Got that done. Let's go to the register screen. Payment made. NA if FPOS, else that. I could just hide those, to be honest. If FPOS, cache visible false, change total visible false, else set the text. There we go. Now no one can get confused. I need to reset you so that you have a backlight.
I am confused.
So it needs to be rotated towards. And we also need to hide the other two. What were they? Order summary.
I was born confused.
That's true. Summary cache visible false. There we go. What up, Nathir? How you doing? Text. So now that we've got that, I can look at this corner radius. Okay, let's see what that looks like. Look who it is, the great game wizard. The assumed great game wizard. Did my employee just leave? Oh no, there he is. He walked in while I wasn't. Walked in while I wasn't looking. Smart ass. Come on, someone pay with card. One of you will pay with card, you two don't carry cash. Oh, damn it. Card. Card payment. You better pay with card. Rick. I'm gonna do something about their brightness too. So it's gonna be at like up until like up until about 4 p.m. or 3 p.m. or something. They're going to have 0 for their backlight. Like their backlight emission thingamajig. And then as it gets closer to 5 p.m. or 6 p.m. or something, why does it still have cash and change visible? I set them to false. This is only done after I've processed the transaction. Time to start work. Have a good one, Orcus. Have a good one. Oh, I know why. That's what we needed. Okay. Now we have a look at sale counter. FPOS, process payment. Switch into purchase. Okay, so FPOS payment POS. I don't know. I don't know. I think. Do I need to do like 180? Pi minus the rotation? My employees are slacking, Cyber. I had to reprogram them a little bit. I did it to This isn't a normal business. This isn't a normal business. We don't fire our employees once business starts getting bad or once they start slacking off. We reprogram them to be happy with the situation and to be happy with a pay decrease. Give him a pay cut. There he is, finally showing up to work. Jesus Christ, you slacking bastard. What song is this? Top left. We got Ocarina by Stream Tunes. Oh, what the fuck? I feel that's incorrect. This is my game, correct? I did all the coding from scratch. The 3D models for these characters and the buildings are Cinti assets. So a lot of the 3D modeling is stuff that's not mine, but available for everyone to use, sort of thing, as long as you buy them. I did make this this display. I made this box. I made the cash register, made the furnace, the rubbish bin. We made all of these. So like these display shelves here, these special displays, these display cases and stuff like that is all us. Same with this one. All the bobble boxes, all the card packs, these card sleeves and the comic and the card sleeve binders. All that stuff is all of ours. How does the UI inside the tablet work? That is all just 2D stuff. So I can show you that in a second. That's the Y. So yeah, the way the tablet works is we've got the tablet here. Then you've got your main menu stuff. You've got your collection, your ordering, furniture, item pricing, renovation stuff, bills, all this stuff in here. So it's just a 2D thing that just gets instance and then like slides up. And then you turn it off, it slides out, and it despawns. So I liked the idea of the tablet being a thing, like being like something that's held up in front of you as you're running the store. Yeah. So yeah, we put the entire main menu in there as well. Cam is third. Third like a turd. I have a friend that played the mall game. He'd probably give this a go if you released it. He streams as well. Nice. I do want to get it up for Steam Next Fest. So I'm trying to get like all of the bugs and stuff out. So that Steam Next Fest we've got something very nice and smooth. And then I want to have the full release by May 24. That's my ideal scenario. Because that would be a 1-year development cycle. Guess I'll mark myself as late then? You should. So close. So close. That should be a plus. Beautiful. Made myself a bot account for my stream to moderate stuff in my chat in an incognito browser. And you were the third person on the list for software and game development recommendations. Fair enough. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out why I was third, Squibby. Like, why was I not first? Feels later than it is. I mean, you should probably get some sleep then. Ow. You should have been number one. Exactly. Went to the store earlier, and I guess my brain used that as a time mark. Yep. Stick figures, what the hell? It's around 2 minutes to 11 p.m. That, I would already be in bed if that was me. How has it already been an hour? I feel like I've been streaming for 10 minutes. There we go. And now it's facing. Nice. Now we need to fix up the mouse not being visible. Because the mouse should be visible at that point.
That means you're having a good time.
I mean, good time versus being preoccupied. I've had days at work where I just sat down, did my work, focused on it, and then I was like, oh crap, it's time to go home. All right. I've been playing Terraria on and off, letting vague ideas for my own game
Good
projects.
times, bad times, you know I've had my share.
I mean, you don't have good times. You're
Bro,
a demon.
just take it. Holy moly macaroni and cheetahs in a smiley face.
You're a demon. You shouldn't be saying holy moly. Doesn't that, like, burn your mouth? Hey, come on. Get your shit together. I hate that he's above me, because I gotta... I much preferred it when he was over there. That was better. You know? Demons putting holy water on food to make it spicy like humans do with peppers. My Monday and Tuesday this week was like that. Wednesday and Thursday was slow though.
Chat, look into my eyes.
Alright, let's pause there. Let's try to do this impossible game door. Before 2007, not third person, has single player and something else. Not horror or survival either. So we can try Call of Duty 2. So it's 2006 or 2000. Well, no, it's 2006. It's a 2006 game. It's not a shooter, not first person or third person. Could be isometric. We can try like... I don't know when Civ 4 came out. It is isometric, cool. Fantasy? Historical? It's not a warfare, so it's not going to be a total war or anything like that. It's not a strategy or a sim, so it's not going to be the Sims. Mac Attack? I don't know. That's not even a game. It's not Grim Fandango, because it's not point and click. Or horror. What do you think? What do you think this could be? I don't know. Maybe... It's not a Diablo. Not a Baldur's Gate. It's not Path of Exile. It's not Warcraft 3. It's not Dawn of War. It's not a racing game because they have. What is it? This is going to seem ridiculous, but okay. So it's not 2006. Oh, it's sorry, it's not Pinata. It is isometric, 2006. Single player co-op. Got to be an RPG, right? Imagine if Telltale Games made a supernatural game. Well, they didn't, and they won't, Because I'm pretty sure Telltale games no longer exist. Like they went bust a while back, didn't they? Ooh, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Congrats. You are now a Gedunt. G apostrophe dunt. Tell everyone. And if they ask what it means, tell them that it stands for good C word. Yeah. Yeah. Asymmetric Bird View 2006. I don't know.
Good morning, America.
No, it's Good Morning Vietnam. Duh. Good Morning America is a terrible, terrible morning news program. News. It's actually just morning opinions program. Do you think Godot would be a good engine to use for a colony sim? It depends on how you're going to create the colony sim. As an American, you are correct. Every morning show these days is not news. They are purely opinions. They are people sitting down, talking, giving their opinion on stuff, presenting it as fact when it's not. It's just their opinion. But yeah, it depends on how you go about it, Squibby. Like when you say colony sim, are you thinking like RimWorld kind of thing? Or are you thinking something
Good morning,
like
Mr. Hypnotic on the beach?
Sins of a Solar Empire? Where you like go around, take over planets? Like, yeah, RimWorld style. Okay, so you're not gonna have much happening in the way of animation. You're not gonna have thousands of characters on screen or anything like that. Yeah, Godot's good for that. Godot will be able to take care of that easily. Still don't know what game that is. We'll come back to it. So, keep telling myself I'm gonna start messing around and learning Bevy, but I keep getting distracted. How you doing, Do? Yeah, we'll go with Do. Good afternoon, Korea. Hey, would you look at that? Get us started, Squibby. Do, are you perhaps from Korea?
Everyone subscribe with your Twitch Prime sub if you're able to, smiley face. I'm totally not getting held at gunpoint by Hypnotype K to say this, smiley face.
Yeah, see? My hands are here. I can't even be holding a gun. Yeah, everyone, use your Prime sub. Even if you don't use it here, just use it. And that's actually a very good reminder for me to go and use my Prime sub. Can't use my Prime sub on myself. He's got a knife. Nah. That's not a knife.
Raffle.
That's a spoon. That's not a knife, that's a spoon. Wonder what emotes you have. Not many. Okay. How? Ow. Alright. How? Interesting. Dude, I'm not an affiliate. Nor would it be so impossible. Keep having ideas that vanish from my mind. Because I'm having them for games. I keep having ideas that vanish from my mind as I'm having them for game. How are those two things related, Drip? I keep having ideas that vanish from my mind as I'm having them for games. Are they vanishing because they're for games? Are the ideas for the games that you are forgetful? Is it a memory style game? I do think forgetting to make the game would make a good game. I think there's games like that. So, alright, what do we have? Processing FPOS. So that's when we take ownership. Otherwise, nothing ever sets it to true. Actually, no, we said it there. Process FPOS. We connect it. And that gets emitted here when we do setup mouse handling. But that doesn't get called here. That doesn't get called, like that doesn't set this up. So what we're gonna do we need to do this first. Can be permanently in early access beta testing too? God, no. That's one good way to get called out for being a scam. I'm sure the ideas will come once I start messing around. What we can do is input mouse mode. If the game is called Forgetting to Finish a Game Sim, it makes it fun. I'm sure the ideas will come once I start messing around in Bevy. I do want to start messing around with that type of stuff. Visible if input device manager is keyboard mouse. If input device manager is keyboard mouse, mouse mode confined. What in the world is Bevy? Bevy is a game engine based in Rust. It doesn't have an editor. It's just an engine. And like you've got to, if you want an editor of sorts, you've got to set it up yourself. Better or worse than Godot. Depends on how you use it and what your skill with Rust is. No such thing as an engine that's better or worse, only your skill. What was I even in here testing? That's right, the FPOS. Ooh, hello. I don't know how someone was getting weird interactions with this, considering... If I ever win the lottery, remind me to gift you 1,000 subs. I will remind you that if you just want to give me a bunch of money without subs or anything like that, there is a PallyGG donation thing that you can go through. And you can just donate that directly to me, because that way it's like... Yeah. Instead of me getting 50%, I'd get like almost all of it, except for the PayPal payment processing fees. So yeah. If I ever win the lottery, remind me to give you 1,000 subs. Even if you win $40, I mean, that's a good point. That's still a win. If you spend $20 on a ticket and you win $40, you've technically won the lottery. So... if processing if pos and that. Gifted lottery ticks are not out of the question. Just have to sell my car first. If I won the lottery, I'd buy some music gear and save the rest. It depends on how much we're talking about for the win. If we're talking like $3 million, I'd probably buy a place for $1 million, and the other $2 million I would invest into shares and whatnot. And the reason why I'm not saying property, like I wouldn't go out and buy a bunch of houses or apartments or anything like that, is because when they're empty, I mean, I guess in this market, actually, no, that's what I could do. That's what I'd do. I would buy a bunch of apartments after I bought myself a house, of course. And I would have those apartments rented out for slightly below what the average is. So they're like cheaper than any of the other surrounding apartments. That way, I make sure that I always have tenants. Because people go, ooh, this place is cheaper than the ones around. So they come look at it and they're like, there's nothing wrong with this place. Why is it cheaper? Bam, tenants. Okie dokie. I don't have to worry about the place sitting around for like 3 months or 6 months or something like that, waiting for someone to rent it. Yeah. Yeah. $1 million will just buy a normal house in Cali. Yeah, same in Melbourne. Same in Melbourne. Like, if we look at... Howdy. Real estate view. Howdy, Okie. How you doing? Okay, real estate view is gone. Real estate. If we just go, like, Melbourne, but if we change it from apartment and unit to house, let's say minimum 2 bedroom. So that's an apartment, that's an apartment. They're all apartments. Even though I selected house, that's a townhouse, not a house. That's a rundown piece of crap, and it's still going for 700 and 750,000. One here, old, 800 to 880,000. Rundown. I mean, look at those walls. Like, look at that carpet. Look at that notice on the door. That's like a... Look at this crack here. This is... Nah. You have to rebuild that place. Old piece of crap. Like, that one's looking better. But I guarantee you it's like a townhouse, not a house. But yeah, if I was to buy a place, also like actually buy a house, I would want a self-standing house. I don't want shared walls. Alright? I don't want to have to listen to whatever the people on the other side of me are doing. And I don't want them complaining about the noise I make. Exactly. No shared walls. If I didn't have shared walls, oh my god, this stream would be insane. I wouldn't have to worry about people below me or to the sides. So... we'd get crazy. So, you know, if Bobble Shop Sim does well enough, maybe, never know. Like we have no one below me. I'd have to buy a better amp and blast guitar. I mean, I've got an amp and a guitar over there. I don't know how to play it because I don't feel comfortable doing that with like neighbors. However, I can plug headphones into the amp, so that way the amp's not making noise, and I can like practice that way. Still can't stand the neighbor's dog, but yeah, a house is nice. Yeah. Currently, I send it through my interface and into Ableton's built-in amp and cab sim. Put the amp against the wall and strum a big one. Turn it all the way up. Make sure to take the headphones off before you do that. I'd love to get a dog. Gotta make it as loud as possible and then reduce it when they complain. Like Back to the Future. Why is YouTube so far behind? We've got that fixed, but let me test that. Standalone house, but then you have to mow lawn. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. You know what I'd do? I would, once a week, I would do a gardening stream. And in that stream, I would behave like a discount Steve Irwin. Crikey, look at the weeds! They're sprouting all over the place. Breeding like rabbits. Here you'll see we have a common garden spider called the orb weaver. Would still be a floating head. Not for the gardening. Come on. Be real. Be serious. Brother makes the slightest noise with the window even slightly open, and they bark for that too. I don't know if my neighbors like Audio Slave, but they definitely listen to it every now and then. I, in fact, would have to travel to touch grass. I mean, technically, I have to travel to touch grass as well. I've got to travel down 3 flights of stairs in order to touch grass. So, I'm not open. Alright, enough. You've got enough, alright, mate? That firefighter's gonna clear me out. Jesus Christ. Okay, so that's... That if processing FPOS, else input mouse mode captured. G'day Mel, how you doing? Good to see you cracking on. We are cracking on. Not only are we cracking on, but we're also starting to crack. I'm off to the old bed. Have a good one. Have a good one, Azerin. Enjoy your sleep. Doing good. Unwedged my event-driven ATB system. It might start perking up soon. Nice. Now that's obviously incorrect. Interesting. Perfect. Fixed. Let's see. That's that one fixed. Picking up the counter and rotating it. Let's see if we can replicate that. That is interesting. Something with the sale counters collider. It's gonna be these. It's these. It's these. It's the raycast block. That's what it is. Super placing. Can we do raycast block? Collision mask. Collision layer. Collision layer value for 1. So false. Now I think the cash register, that's also furniture. All of these are furniture and item. So what we need this? How can we handle this? Because we've also got the FPOS. You don't have a collider on you though, so you're fine. So it's just the cash register. We want to go... Placing, set collision weight value 11 false. Set collision weight value 11 to true. We want to go for child in draw. Get children. If draw is money, or if child is money, then collision layer 0, else set collision layer value 1 false, and we can take those and say you are true. This is going to be furniture. Like that. 11 and 8. Alright. That should fix that. Cool. I like it. Maybe what I can do... This one here, make unique. I think they're too far away anyway, so I'll leave it there. Good stuff. Good stuff. issue with extra collisions. Sail counter has not being disabled. Going to put in placing mode. Now that's another big problem. Haunted baubles are not, you can't throw them out. Why would that be the case? Why would that be the case? Close these out. What was it? It was the furnace. Interact primary. If it's not a bobble, or it's been interacted with, wonder. Need to check the NPC. But when they get scared, I have a better way of doing this. If scared, what I want to do is go item interactable equals items get child 0. Actually, if scared and item size greater than 0, we do this. Actually, let me just do and bag visible. We're gonna do that. You know, if items Child count is 0. Bag visible equals that. So after the reparent, that'll no longer be in there. So what's going to be funny about this? As the NPC's running away, they're going to be dropping stuff. It's not just going to be all at once. The concern I have with it is they may if they've got a lot of items on them, they may get out of reach of the store before they've dropped everything. Local share bobble saves. Let's see. Day 4, shop level 7. So in theory, a bobblehead should spawn. Ooh, what happened there? Left menu on instance of no, on type of null instance. It's on storage shelves. Storage. Has anyone seen Iron Lung? I'm thinking about seeing it. I just don't know if it's the kind of movie I would enjoy. It sounds like it's good. Place box. Place box. Because I haven't updated stocked. Yep. That's fine, I can update that. Not right now, but... Ooh. Okay. Off to bed for me. I have to be at work at 7 a.m. That's fair. You enjoy your sleep. Oh. Line item of type nil. What items did the NPC take? It's a bobblehead. No, it's a card. It's the Godobble card. Light item of type nil. Take item check 104. You do have a line item. Okay. Let's fix up the delivery box first. Let's see. Stocked. Interact. If character is not. Now we need to look at the behavior tree take item. Line. Body jolt. Line 104. Shelf item data. Line item. So it's a bobble stand. Item data. Interesting. Place Bobble, item data, Bobble, item data. That's interesting. Holy, look at that beautiful shop. That is a test shop we have set up, boy, and that's how we found that our performance was not scaling. But now we've fixed the performance issues, and we have sub 1000 draw calls for that very scene. Or for that very load. And you can you can buy like another 100 boxes of stuff. Like 100 boxes of bobbleheads, card packs, all that kind of stuff. Your FPS does take a hit because of all the boxes that spawn in. But the number of draw calls doesn't go up. The number of draw calls stays the same. So that's a win. I don't know what this game is. What's an isometric 2006 game? What up, Conker? How you doing? Is it like a Bomberman? Or a Sim City? No, it's not a simulator, so it's not a Sim City or anything like that. It's not a Nintendo game because it's on PC. It could be an RPG. Isometric or bird view, boy. WoW is third person and was 2004, believe it or not. 2004. Could you imagine if they re-released all of World of Warcraft to be like higher quality 3D models, like current gen 3D models, like Dune Awakening level graphics? That would be ridiculous. Crash Bandicoot, that has a side view. One of the dungeon sieges. Could be. It's not a Warcraft 3. Warcraft 3 was before WoW. It's not Dungeon Siege, but it is an RPG. It's a fantasy action. Single player, multiplayer, co-op. Isometric fantasy action, RPG, single player, multiplayer, co-op. It's not a strategy, so it's not a Heroes of Might and Magic or anything like that. It's not a shooter, it's not a sim. It's not turn-based. Sport. There's got to be like a fantasy sport game that's not Quidditch. Neverwinter Nights. Would that be multiplayer co-op or would that be MMO? I feel like Neverwinter Nights. Oh, let's find out. It's not Neverwinter Nights. That's third person. That's the other problem with it. It's isometric and bird view. Or isometric or bird view, one of the two. So top-down kind of perspective. It's on PC, but it's also on other stuff. Is there a... No, not a Bomberman. This one's tough. It's gonna be something obscure. RPG. No. So it's not in the Divinity series. Valerian. I don't think we're getting this one. It's not a Bomberman. And it's not a Crash Bandicoot. What is it? Titan Quest. Yep, I was never guessing that. I was never guessing Titan Quest. Never played it, neither have I. Neither have I. I'm unsure. The shelf. If shelf is bobble stand or card holder. We get that. I can actually change this up. We know shelf isn't null by the time it gets down here, because if it's null, we've already returned success. Shelf. Item data. Shelf rarity. I know why. Because we're giving the NPC the item. And that's what's causing it to say that there's no item data on shelf at this point. Because the only thing on the shelf, the bobblehead, was gone. Well, it was taken. That's why. So we can do this. Okay. There we go. I want to rework this. Taking items, true. Go. If not taking items. Do that. Taking items is true. You go return status running. Otherwise, if shelf is null, return status success. Otherwise, we do this. Taking. Taken. No, we need to have price acceptable in there. Because that's checking money depleted. Morning, Hadouken, how you doing? Money depleted is money in cost. Item cost. Maybe I also take data and rarity. Move them up here. Maybe we do this. Snowing too much? Think I'll walk home? Now you gotta run. When it's snowing, you need to run. Because that way you're generating heat that will melt the snow. If everybody ran around, doesn't matter, Hadouken, doesn't matter. If everyone was running around when it's snowing, then the combined body temperature would probably do nothing. But we won't know until we do it. You have enough people in the city? Maybe all of that extra body heat and friction on the ground and stuff will generate enough warmth to slightly melt the snow. Don't listen to this Aussie who knows nothing of cold or snow. I know nothing of snow, that's for sure. What's going on, Artasian? I'm assuming that's correct. Alright? Or is it a play on artisan? I feel it's a play on artisan. G'day, you Gidunt. How you doing? What were you streaming tonight? I'm just fixing up some bits and pieces. And trying to tell people that when it's snowing, they need to get everyone in their city running around to generate body heat and friction on the ground to perhaps melt the snow like 0.5%. Starting a new game, learning how complicated multiplayer code can be firsthand. Yep, I'm never bothering with multiplayer. That sounds like a nightmare. Hypno's never seen snow, poor kiddo. Correct, never seen snow. He also knows nothing of beards. That beard is the result of VFX. Very good VFX for it to interact with my hands so well. Yeah. What are we doing? We need to paste. No. We need to do that. Hypno's whole existence is VFX system from Pixar CGI Cola. I mean, I'll take your word for it. as items, as more displays. Finished. Okay. So I'm reworking this. Stock interactable. Ah, that creates the weight. Yep. So that sets up the weights. And then down here, we go taken. Taken is less than taking. That's looking better. But I can go if taken is less than taking. So I can move this up into here. So the first time we come in, we get the shelf and we set all this up. And then every time it runs the evaluate, keeps grabbing this stuff. We go still taking. It's going to be taken less than taking. And what's the next bit? Shelf. Stocked items. Size is greater than 0. And cart cost is less than money. I guess what we can do is move these up. So we're going to have a return status running. I'm going to take these. And up here, we're going to go else. We're doing that. So if we're taking an item, we take it. Otherwise, we're running this. do that. Just to make sure that it does, like, get out. So we do that. And this goes if not still taking. Yeah, so if we're not still taking, run that. Cool. Let's see what happens. G'day, R2. How you doing? I need to lerp this. Save over that. Whoops. I did not want to press F8. Did not want to do that. That's alright. They never finish. Okay. Can't see out my roof window again. It is snowed over. Get out there. Clean it. Don't let the snow weigh it down too much or it'll start to crack. Okay. Gotta look after it. Be smart. Be smart about it. So this here... It's gonna keep hitting here. We're doing that. Taking is 1. Taking should be... Yeah, take, or no, taking should be 1. Taken would be 0. Shelf is null. Data rarity and item cost. So that's returning success if we're not taking. If price is acceptable, that might fix it. Oh no, because the pricing should have been acceptable. People with solar panels probably love the snow. Definitely. They 100% love it. It's the best way to get solar power. I don't know what the problem here is. Turns running. Let's see. Cool, you finished. They aren't taking anything. If shelf stocked item size is greater than 1. And we do this. I need to rework this entire thing, I think. Return success there. Turn running. What up, Rembot? How you doing? This is very interesting. Very, very interesting. I cannot see what the issue is that's stopping them from being able to take stuff. Let's see. Load this. Come on in. Well, that's going to be the problem. Oh, fuck, Jesus Christ. Oh, God. If not shelf is equal to null. Jesus Christ. You're still not taking anything. Oh wait, you took something. I need to increase the number of NPCs that can be in the store. Or the number of NPCs that are spawning. Got a lot walking around. Yes. I have these in the translation. I'm good. How have none of you finished shopping yet? You finished? Nah, there's obviously a bug. Damn party going on. Need CCTV to be sure they're not robbing. You'll be able to buy CCTV cameras, don't worry. Don't worry, you'll be able to do that. This is gonna be why. So yeah, this'll fix it all up. Cart cost. Actually, where else are we setting? Are we using cart cost? I don't think we use this anywhere after here. Yeah, that's the last spot that it's used. So what we can do is go context set cart cost to cart cost plus item cost. And I will leave cart cost there. All right. Nah. There's still something not being checked at a certain point. But if shelf is null, we check. If the shelf is still null, we return success. Otherwise, we get the item cost, the taken, and the taking. If the stocked size is greater than 1, we do this. If it's 0, we zero it out and we return success so that it moves on in the tree. Otherwise, we return running, at which point shelf is set to something. So shelf is not null, so it's going to come down here. And it's going to go money depleted. Is acceptable is going to be money not depleted. Is the price acceptable? And buy expensive check. So we've got what? Is acceptable price, is checking all of this. So is acceptable, still taking, is taken less than taking. We increase taken here. Shelf stocked item size greater than 0. And cart cost is less than money. If it's not acceptable, then we go down and we return success. Otherwise, still taking. We set still taking to false there. If still taking is already false. Actually, and pop that up there. Is acceptable and still taking. Get rid of you. Drop you down like so. Do that. I need this to be moved up here. Needs to be up here. if item... Actually, who else? Because we haven't taken an item. Remember item when it was taken from shelf. Okay. If we're not still taking, then we check this size to see if it still has items, or to see if the player has items. Actually, if price is not acceptable, or we're not still taking, come down here, do this check if we're not still taking. And we do this if we are still taking. No. Something I'm not accounting for here. Else. So if we're not still taking, do this and we return out. Okay. Fingers crossed. Coming in. Actually buy something. Come to the checkout. Hey! Excellent. Sale counter 82, scan item nil to a variable of type dictionary. 82 sale counter. All right. Scan item. Prices. That's what we want to do. If item's not null, we remember the price. Much better. Much, much, much better. I like how busy the store looks with all those people walking around. Looks very good. It's going to do very well in the trailer. Hello, sir. Excellent. I do think we need more customers, though. We need to increase the amount of customers for how large the store is. Yeah. All right. That's fixed. Just in time for the ad break. Okay. There we go. So, third person single player. What game is this? Third person single player, 2013 to 2017. (2013 to 2017). Gears of War 3. Is that within 2012 to, or sorry, 2013 to 2017 though? And no, Gears of War has multiplayer. I would be inclined for something like... my god, third person only is so difficult to think of. I guess Metal Gear Solid. Alright, so 2016, 2017, single player, not sci-fi, not open world, not historical, not stealth, not shooter. Life is Strange 2. Okay, so it could be drama or it could be a fantasy survival. It's not an Assassin's Creed. Definitely not an Assassin's Creed. 2016, 2017. It's not a Resident Evil. And yeah, no, because those would be shooters. Um, a It's not gonna be. It's not Marvel Spider-Man. It's not hack and slash. So it looks like it's definitely drama. A third-person drama. Probably a puzzle game at this point. Plague Tale. It's an RPG. It's not this, but I just want to get the year. Okay, so it's a 2016 RPG fantasy drama. RPG sim visual novel. Oh! It's Persona 5. Got it. That one always almost gets me. Every single time it almost gets me. Third person single player 2016 drama. Always almost gets me. So we've got that fixed. Let's tweak our spawn rate and such based on shop settings. So max in store. Extensions bought multiplied by 1.5. So at 12 extensions, you'll have 9 extra people able to come into the store, which will give you a total of 14. Actually, no, you would have 18 extra people able to come into the store, which will give you a total of 24 people able to come into the store. Now, we do need to balance this. We need to balance this because all those customers running would have all their stuff drop on the ground. And they would all leave a bad review as well. This is if they can see them. If they can see them. I think that'll be fine. I think that'll be fine. And now when we look at the NPC control for spawning NPCs, and you go capacity max plus, max NPCs capacity max plus, that's equal to 0, or spawned NPCs are greater than capacity plus max capacity plus capacity max plus. Okay, so the people that can spawn out on the street, they are the capacity, the shop capacity the spawned NPCs, if that's greater than the capacity, which by default is 5, plus the capacity max, that gives us plenty of people walking around. It also means that for our game state, maybe I halve the capacity in that situation. We know it's going to be, where's our street? This is where balancing comes into it, and balancing is so this is max NPCs. So we're sampling max NPCs. So it would be 11 that can spawn, drops down to 7, spikes back up to 10. So I feel like this should be able to go down to 0. First point can be 4. Next point can be 1. You can be 0. You six. You need to drop down to 6. I'm going to shift you to 1245. Or 1275. You can be 1, you can be 1. You can go back to $19.5. That can work. And I'm thinking I have this be half shop capacity. No, not half shop capacity. I'm going to adjust this to be 3. No, 4. Actually, no, I don't want to do that. I need to delete that save. No way. You I can get rid of too. Don't need that one anymore. Load. I've got to figure out why these are all spawning like that too. I want them to spawn all over, not just... Ooh, hello. That's a bug. I'm gonna have to correct that. That's very much not good. Oops. So I want to see... Morning's quiet. Then it'll get busy around lunchtime. And then it gets quiet again. Then it gets busy at night as well. Oh, it's 9 a.m. Noticing no one's spawning. Oh, because, yeah. We're already at the maximum number of customers. Shit. I didn't know that I was getting dragged into this, Jedum. What are you doing? Jedum's dragging me into fights. Alright, there we go. So now it's approaching lunchtime, so we're going to have more people spawning. I feel like I need NPCs spawning nearer. I was just checking to see if I could see the items go down one by one on the shelf, but no. Couldn't do it. Oh, we got twins. Twins in the store. Oh, we guess each buying one bobble. Competing with each other for who can get the best one. Oh no, they're going opposite directions. Those twins hate each other. They are not friends. Okay, so... the problem we've got is... the employed NPC was sticking around, and we don't want that. So I need to fix that. NPC fired. Through that, okay. Employees. Employed. Process setup. So that only happens there as well. So if I load up a game where I have an employed NPC, and then I create a new game, that employed NPC is still there for some reason. And I think... process setup, employees clear. That's only called from here, which means NPC hired is called from loading. Where is this? So in here, load shop. Shop naming, we create the settings. So we duplicate settings, we create the settings. Why is that being such a poo? Why? I want to see if it even happens with just a save game. If I go in here, if I sign you, and I hire you. Then I go new game. You still say $125 a day salary. Instead, there you are. You got here way too fast. You did not get Q3'd. Employee fired. Because he's not being erased. Oh, he's not being Q3. Yeah, no, he is. Hang on. Hang on a second. What? He's being Q3'd. Where's applicants? This is very confusing. So shop naming. We duplicate it. We create the settings, which clears unlocked employees. This is checked every time we instance it. So do that. Bring this up. Sign you and hire you. Bring you up, it says Bobble. New game. Why are you still there? There's nothing there. Employees not inside tree. Why not? Nothing in here is broken or anything. Just having a moment. Having a moment loading stuff. That's all you were doing. Alright, so we queue free the NPC. And we clear out everything to do with them. But they still persist. There you are. Why are you still there? Employee hire applicants. So it never hit there. Did hit there. But that's from hire applicant. So this is never called. This needs... street sidewalk. Set up start of day calls it. So set up start of day is called. Why? What's the issue? Why could you not pass street? What? There's no errors in there. For fuck's sake. Oh, I hate it when it starts doing that. Hopefully that's something that's fixed in the next in 4.6. What? What's the issue? There's no issue with the code. Are you saying that I could not find NPC spawner? It's right here. Reload. Been testing the new control changes. Feel a lot better. Nice. Okay, good. It's behaving. Tis behaving. So, start next day. This is called... Where? Well, this is omitted. Where? End day report. That's the only point that it's omitted. Setup player does a load game, which handles all that. Game in progress is true. Enable game time is false. Shop settings. Gonna set up the times. And I guess we also need you there. But that's the thing. NPCs all disappear. All the NPCs disappear. It's just the employees that don't. So we do this. You still say daily salary 125. I don't know why. You're not spawned. You're not unlocked. So that's the next thing we need to figure out. Tablet, hiring, applicant. Why? What up, Escamina? How you doing? I'm trying to figure out why this bum of an employee still says that they are, like, what their day rate is instead of what their unlock cost is. That'll be why. We need to go into our NPC control. Doing great. How about you? Doing well, thank you. We are crushing it. Change save game. New game label. So, I need to stop looking at those. I need to get these finished first. Want to go. Equals. Game state. Shop settings. Unlocked NPC or unlocked employees has employee data, employee name. Now this should this is after the settings have been set up. So that's fine. That'll be good for that. Let's check that. Assign them and hire them. Shit. I didn't want to press F8. Did not want to do that. You've gone infinite? Okay. Razorbug in the forum. As always. Excellent. You're back to displaying correctly. Alright. That's that. What else was there? Let me check my localization here. We need interface. New save. Then under here, new save. That's fixed. This one here. We have end of day doesn't trigger sometimes. No idea why. Need to figure it out. Bug. Let's see. Dropped items by scared customers. Or some dropped items by scared customers cannot be picked up. Pressing escape with change settings. Prompt has graphical error. Causes both settings and main menu to be displayed. Open settings to that. Saves FPS selector. Apply. Go back in settings. FPS select no longer enabled. No longer disabled. Yeah. FPS enabled when VSync is enabled. Light switch interaction label incorrect if left on at end of day. That should be pretty easy to fix. Was this after loading a save or just after starting the next day? What was in the last day I played? Unable to be burned. The first I could collect. Second I could not collect. Bug. Conscious bobbles are unable to be burned and can sometimes be collected, which doesn't make sense because if I go into bobbles, there's a collect function which is called as if the held object is bobble and is not conscious, or the held object is a collectible card. So this tells me that the bobble could have conscious set as false, but if its conscious is false, then it shouldn't do setup state anywhere. We trigger consciousness, set it to true. We save consciousness out and we apply it when we load. When we create a conscious bobble, we set its consciousness to true. Let's see. Let's see if we can get those uploaded, those save files, so that we can test them out. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything that would allow that to happen. Let's knock out a low impact one. Restore. Let's have a look at lights. Light switch. Toggle lights. That's the only place it's emitted. Shop rename, locale change, toggle lights. Reset lights. Here we go. Set up start of day. So reset lights. We don't want to just do that. Visible is false. We also need light switch. What do we have for the light switch? Go light switch. Interact primary. Storage light switch. Interact primary. Now what that's gonna do. It's gonna toggle that. But the interaction light switch interactions front is going to be that's true. I'm gonna keep it as store light visible false. Storage light visible false. And we get the front interaction. And we need to toggle. If store light light switch lights on. Then we want to do light switch interacts primary. We want to toggle the interact data. And if storage light switch lights on, we want to do the same thing. We want to do that. So that will fix that up. So it'll do the interact primary and then it'll toggle the interaction on the light switch, which will flip the text. Okay. So, done with that. Done with that one. The FPS sync. Display settings. FPS. Disabled equals VSync enabled. I only have enabled and disabled for VSync, don't I? I got enabled, adaptive, and disabled. That's what we want there. So that will fix that. All right. Break there for a second. Continue this. Actually, I'm going to BRB and then we'll go through this. All right. Back in a second. All right, I'm back. Goodness. I'm using Arch. That's what I'm using, though. G'day, Giddy. How we doing? Let's see. Walking Dead Season 1. Third person has single player. Let's try... The Division 2. Alright. So that's going to be 2020 to 2023. No. 2020 to 2024. Alright. Could be shooter, could be RPG. No, Gears of War. Judgment. Okay, no, but it is Unreal Engine. It's not a shooter, it is sci-fi. So sci-fi RPG. No, that's not. 2020 to 2021. Third person, sci-fi. Not indie, not puzzle, not shooter. Is role-playing. Not Assassin's Creed, because that's Relic Engine. Third person Unreal Engine. Sci-fi. The sci-fi is getting me. It's not an Assassin's Creed, right? No. But it is 2020. Fantasy sci-fi. Fantasy sci-fi? What is fantasy sci-fi? What is fantasy sci-fi? That's got to be something like... What, Bomb Rush Cyberpunk? No? Hi-Fi Rush? No? What up, Dino? Star Wars is just considered sci-fi. RPG 2020 Unreal Engine third person. What is that? But it has wizards. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It has wannabe wizards. It's a multiplayer too. Oh, it is. Oh, god damn it. Bart Night? No, that was 2017. Crackdown? I don't know. Crackdown 3, Crackdown 2, Crackdown 1. What are we talking about? Nah, it was Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. What? I mean, I guess, yes, that is sci-fi. Yes, that is fantasy. technically correct. Alright. End of day doesn't trigger sometimes. Why? Know what I need to do? Oops. I'm gonna go into here. We're gonna look at move to target. How do we know? Set targets. So we set up nav pause, pop the front, if exit points. Where's this used? Okay, I see what we can do. So in here, we can go game state, shop settings, NPCs in store, minus equal 1. So now I don't need to worry, because no matter what, it always hits there when the NPC leaves the store. Almost forgot again. Ooh. Very lucky, gamer, because I was thinking about finishing up like 25 minutes ago. Purchase complete. You don't need to worry about that because it's going to hit move to... Going to hit there. If only people would get here as early as me to be late. If only. Can enter store. Check out, we don't want to do that. We only want it to happen here on move to target when we set targets to the exit points. That's when we want to decrease it. So this is going to say end day. Show end of day. Can end day. Dialogue's not open. Menu's not open. Set to false when we close the wall letter. Set to false when we cancel employee dialogue. When visible change. So if dialogue's not visible, if dialogue visible is false, then we set dialogue open to false. If it's visible, then it's true. Day-night cycle not null, and current time is equivalent to close time, which is 2100. Shop settings, NPC in store. NPCs in store is 0. I do wonder. Post them away, Flip. Post them away. Flip, have you ever had a situation where you weren't able to end the day? Okay. Did you have the press enter to end day message thing at the bottom of the screen? The message was not up. Okay. Did you have an NPC with dialogue that you interacted with? An employee, someone wanting to sell you something or trade you something like that. You did? Okay. I'm wondering if that is a consistency. Like, I'm wondering if that's the same with everyone that's experiencing it. Been able to end day after talking with employee, but not after not with the customer. I'm wondering if the change I just made with decreasing NPCs in store would also fix it. Git diff. Browse loop. Checkout. Head to counter. NPC scared. Exit store true. Actions move to target. We decrease it there. Pay for items. Wait for end. Okay. What up, Sprig? Good night to you. Flip, was it ever on the first day? I wonder, we've got wait for end. No, that's alright. I just want to get information based on your one. I just want to get the details of your one, so that way I can compare it to details from other people that I get. And I can, like, track a common reason as to why. So this one here. Was there an NPC that got scared by a conscious... Actually, no, that wouldn't have happened for you. That only happens after day 5. So what I'm thinking... In the move to target... Set targets to that. We return success. So what happens... They move to target. It returns success. Goes to enter store. Enter store will determine if they're going to go in the store. If they can't enter the store, then we do set target context get exit point, and we return status error. And also, ooh, actually, nah, you're right, Flip. Don't worry, like, don't worry. Like, you don't need to go out of your way to test these things. I'll, just let me know. As long as I can get as much info as I can from a bug report, I can track it down and fix it and test it. NPCs in store. So this does context get exit point. Sets it to target. I feel that's wrong. Exit points. So now what'll happen, you'll return error, which will cause the behavior tree to reset. And it will return error and it will go back to move to target. So move to target will go... Yep, we've got targets. Move towards. Like, set the nav position. Takes the first one. Target can just be a vector 3. Front out of that. Because we're already checking that the size is greater than 0. So we know at this point that it's got something in it. Damn. I've been typing too much. When you stretch your arm out and all the bones down to your wrist and your spine all crack into place, you know something's not right. Okay, so The coding scarecrow. We set the targets to that. And then this only happens, we only decrease it by 1 if the NPC has entered the store and it's gone down into here. The next time it returns to move target. I don't see what exit store is used for. I don't see any if exit store. Alright, there we go. I bet we just fucking said it's true. Just said it's true. What? If exit store is false, or sorry, if exit store is true, we return error. And this is from... What's that? Here. So this thing here is just it's behavior with current index. The browse loop. Exit store. Status error. That's what it would be. If I have a look for git diff characters behavior tree NPC actions browse loop. It was decreasing it multiple times. And if it decreases it multiple times, then we have a bigger issue where things like this okay, no, we do have max 0 val. So if we're trying to assign it negative, it locks it at 0. What's up, Intrex? How you doing? I think that fixes the issue. But I'm not sure. I don't think I need this there. Because we have a look at dialogue. This window has employee and customer. Dialogue's hidden by default, I believe. I don't need that because we set visible false. I don't need that because we set visible true. Yeah. Set visible true, visible change, dialogue open is set to that. So yeah, that's easier. Hydrate. Ah, you're right, Intrex. What's the question? And that would explain why reloading fixes the issue. Git diff. False, true. Those are the only places that it's set. Maybe, maybe not. Silent talk, which country goes to? Spain, Netherlands, Belgium, Norway. Netherlands kind of full right now. Fair. What's the question? Which one you should go to? Because if that's the question, I don't know. I've never been to any of those countries. I think that's fixed. I think I've fixed this, but I don't know. I'm gonna leave it here just in case I haven't. What about is opening? I wonder. Opening. Card pack opening emits. Bobble box opening emits. Opening complete. Card pack. Opening complete. Bobble box. Opening complete. So those are emitting correctly. So I don't think it's anything to do with you. Those two I know are going to be correct. Any advice on what to do before picking one? Do your research. Do your research on cost of living, what the job market's like, the like local laws that they have and stuff like that. Make sure you're aware of that type of stuff before you move there. What the general culture's like, all that sort of stuff. Yeah, because you don't want to pick one and then go, oh, the job market here is non-existent and it's extremely expensive. You know? You're done for. I mean, they all seem like good countries. I think Spain's probably had more issues in recent years than the others. But I mean, Belgium and Norway both seem alright. Job market is best to worst: Netherlands, Spain, Norway, Belgium. So you say from best to worst: Netherlands, Spain, Norway, Belgium. But you also said Netherlands is kind of full of people right now. How can their job market be the best and they have the most, and they're the most full of people? I would think that still very good in Norway and Belgium. I mean, yeah, I'd say those two are good. I'd say those two are good picks. Either of them. The tech job market. Okay. I mean, yeah, Norway and Belgium, both very good countries. Let's have a look at this. This is the last thing I'm going to check, and then I'm going to have to call it for the night. End of day report. So do Q3. I could probably do menu manager, report, null. Get rid of that. So when we're queue freeing it, we set report to null. That should work. That should work. Internet cut out. I mean, yeah, I'd go with either Norway or Belgium personally. If I was moving to one of those 4 countries, I'd pick Norway or Belgium. I'd probably be more looking at Norway because I've got some Swedish knowledge. It'd probably be easier for me to migrate that knowledge to Norwegian. So I think that's fixed. I think that's fixed, but I don't know. Let's quit that. Attempt to fix end of day bug. NPC browsing updated. Capacity updated. Store capacity. What else was there? That's what else did. FPS disabling when vsync enabled on load. Fixed hired employees not spawning on load game. And light switch interaction label corrected after ending day with light on. Many things fixed tonight. What are we looking at here? Let's check the demo out. Alright, cool. I'm going to push this new build up so that people can play and test and see what happens. Tomorrow we're going to need to test these 3 and get them fixed. Honestly, have no idea what that one is. I had a look over the logic for that, and it... No idea. No idea. Good night, I love you. Good night, Intrex, have a good one. Yeah. Yeah, it's confused me a bit. It does have me confused. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna raid. Who are we gonna raid? Ooh, you. We could raid you. Haven't raided them for a while. Let's go say hi to Robotic Head, shall we? Good day, you dunce. Ah, plenty of bug fixes. I like it. I like it. Have fun out there. I'm going to bed. It's 10 p.m. and I'm back streaming in 9 hours. I'm going to get sleep. So yeah, hopefully tomorrow people know, like, hopefully from tomorrow on no one reports that. And these ones here I'll be able to get fixed up. That one will probably be the first one we tackle. That one's probably a raycast distance issue. And is going to be quite annoying to try and fix. I'm going to have to increase the raycast distance in that situation. Anyway, we'll figure it out tomorrow. Have a good one, you Gidunts. Toodles Gamer, Dex, Razor, Hadouken, and Flip. Everyone else that's here, Toodles.